Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:36 p.m. on a Wednesday. It's 1/21/25. That's a January 21st, 25. It's a Wednesday. And it's 72 degrees in my house. It's nice and sunny, and everything's going great, and I'm happy. I'm going to get this mic off the shot. There we go. And yeah, volume's looking good. Check, 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 check. Yep, coming through pretty loud and good. I think I'll turn it down just a little bit to 15 dB. There we go. 15 dB about. And yeah, turn up the desktop to normal. Maybe I do that in the future and just see how that goes. Maybe I turn it down. So, I'm going to turn it off the big face now. I'm here to play some video games. I'm very happy with the video games lately. You notice that I'm a much happier person because the games are good. I have something to focus on. I have a whole bunch of videos queued up and stuff because I did it before the stream started. And we are logging into X4, Grand Theft Auto, and something. 76 probably. And I have 50 million. I might as well buy some more mining shares. Maybe I should worry about security. I'll buy a 10 strip of security ships and medium security ships and have them patrol.
Hybrid live-action / animation film Who Filmed Roger Rabbit. Hardball detective Eddie Valiant is in hot pursuit of 3 villainous cartoon weasels who escape through a tunnel into the animated ghetto of Toontown. Before following them in, Valiant pulls out and loads a cartoon gun given to him by none other than Yosemite Sam, whose bullets look and talk like characters from classic westerns, because, I mean, sure, why not? Later, he fires the revolver at the weasels, only for the bullets to suddenly halt mid-flight, look around in confusion, and fly off in completely the wrong direction, prompting Valiant.
You know, I want to check my sound levels. Let's go do that. Oh, I'm getting hits. Yay. Yesterday's hits. We'll go to this one and we'll check levels here. Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:30 on a Tuesday. It's hey, not bad. I think the sound levels are doing good. I think I'm actually getting them right. That's good. Could be louder, I think. How about 10 and 15? We'll keep it at 10 and 15. Let's see how loud that is. January 20th, 2025 is 70 degrees out. It's a beautiful sunny day. I was out there today. And it's a Tuesday. I love you guys. There's the clock. It's Tuesday, 12:30, 70 degrees, 120 and 26. And I love you guys. It'll be a Tuesday. Sound checks are good. Gonna open it. Okay, going on to there's no money in the safe yet. There's no money in the safe. That's okay. I guess I looted it. We didn't get any passive. I guess I've got to do my popularity thing. I'm gonna switch DJs. I think that means doing a mission, but that's okay. And then let's get on 76. Yeah, I think so. I'll out 76. Yeah, and we'll switch up the resident DJ to rebook, and we'll get the Black Madonna. Go confirm.
Oi, oi! The Black Madonna's signed up and ready to play. Only there's been a slight complication involving the LSPD. She's been a little naughty, capiche? Meet me at the helipad at Puerto del Sol and all will be revealed. Tout sweet, all right?
Come on.
Make sure this guy's not gonna bomb me. I don't think he's worried about me.
Now fly us out there, Chief. Like her namesake, the Black Madonna is prone to spontaneous acts of generosity. Bless. Like throwing a free party for some of the less privileged inhabitants of the state. And what is charity to you and me is an illegal rave to the fascists in charge. She's in a spot of bother and we're gonna pull her out. Capiche? Lovely stuff. Get her on the blower. Madge, I'm putting you on speaker.
This is not good, Dave. The bastards are taking me in.
Hold on, Maria, hold on. I thought you was having a conversation.
The conversation is over, Dave. I have got to go.
Shit. Okay, we'll see what we can do. You hear that? We can't have that. If we don't get there sharpish, she'll be playing live from Bolingbroke. Not paradise. Shit! Look! Look! They pinched her! They're putting her in the back of that black and white!
Come on, you bullies!
Bloomin' heck! Steady on, Maria! There's a cargo hook on the bottom of this thing! Let's hook her up and get the whole bloody cruiser out of there! Cast your hook and reel that DJ right in!
Hey, so are you. Don't drop me, Dave.
What the hell is going on?
You know there's a cop in the car with me?
We got a cop on board. You're doing my head in, Maria. This is not very zen.
Tell your associates to put us down.
This has absolutely nothing to do with me, officer.
I don't like this.
Hold that form. Shit, a brick. What are we gonna do about this cop? I knew I should have renewed my green card. Let's just lose these bastards and forget about their little buddy down below. Visualize a problem, make it disappear. That's That's what Guru taught me. Hey, you mind if I chant? They're off our back. Thank fuck for that. Now take us back to the Puerto. I'm gonna check with the cargo. Madge, how you doing down there?
I've been swinging around in a police cruiser, suspended thousands of feet over the streets of Los Santos. How do you think I'm feeling? As long as this cop doesn't throw up on me, I'll be okay. Yeah, to be honest, he isn't taking this very well.
Tell him it'll all be over very soon, one way or another. Fuck, how we doing over there? Yeah, me too, pal, me too. Silence is golden. Complete serenity is the order of the day, like in a
Serenity
peace.
now. Serenity now.
All right, here we go. Put her down, we'll figure out what to do. Come on, Raver. Let's go and impress the talent. I mean...
I'm on 7. Oh, look, I'm about to buy the Don Pedro, which is, I guess, like a specialty weapon. I don't know what it is. It looks like a 6-shooter, which might suck. Or maybe it's a new weapon. So maybe today I'll get that. I don't know. We'll see.
Can't believe you assaulted a police officer, Maria.
Only after you kidnapped him, Dave.
All right, it's not a competition. Calm yourself, love. There's enough bad karma in the universe for a lot of us.
My karma's just fine, okay? He was a scumbag.
Ha! Too right.
Is this the club owner?
It is indeed. Club owner, heli pilot, getaway driver, chauffeur, music curator. That's the lot. Just don't ask for a massage or an insightful chat into the human soul.
Thanks for picking me up. I'm excited to play you some records.
So are they, even though they got a funny way of showing it. Hey, I hope this nonsense with the busies hasn't bummed you out. Los Santos is a cool town, and good times is what they're after. Positive vibes, the inclusive power of a banging dance track.
You know me, Dave. That's what I'm all about.
Of course it is. I shouldn't have asked.
Okay, thanks for the ride. If the cops show up, tell them I went back to the Midwest.
Okay, got some Grand Theft Auto stuff done. I'm gonna use another one of these because they're good. They're good for your eyes. Big money man.
Call me.
I love
When the club's open,
DJing.
I'm all business.
$100,000. Look, he has like a Starfield mask. Awesome. Bobblehead medicine. I like the little like bobbleheads and magazine thing. Oh, that was a low-hanging fruit. Nice. Glad I came out here. Takes 6 seconds to reload this thing, but it's not that bad because it does so much damage. Where are we? Railroad service yard south of it. There's like... Railroad service yard south of it. Scout's life. That was good. Another 100 grand. Fallout 76. What category is the radio under in the build menu? Question mark. I don't see radio. Oh, I waited too long. I should have done a 5-minute timer. Damn it, I just missed it. Oh well. I was just pulled one wrong, I think. It's like an... Oh, that's not it. Yeah, see, this had its own thing under. You're completely wrong. By the way, you were completely wrong. Radio and jukebox are actually under furniture and then electronics. Thank you. Can always have classical music playing, which is cool. I didn't realize. Well, I like the pyrotechnic. It's awesome. $76 is my new WoW. I shouldn't have bought Midnight. Maybe I should get a refund. I spent your guys' money on that. Maybe I should just buy another 76 sub for a year. Fallout 76, how does the Nuka-Cola jukebox work? Can I set it to a particular channel? Oh, good, they're all locked to classical. Cool. I can like pipe in classical music, which is fucking awesome. I think it's a little too loud. Yeah, what's our world radio effect? I don't want, Radiation Rumble. I'm learning to set a 5-minute timer and just pop in at the end while I do other stuff. audio script, not bad. There's all these daily chores I have to do now. I actually don't mind it. It gives me a reason to play an MMO. It's a lot more fun than ESO or WoW. GTA 6 when it first starts is going to be really fun. I'm going to grind it hard. Medicine and big guns. Nice. The big guns is glowing green.
Good?
Am I full? Yes, because I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, damn it. Gonna have to switch back. Did that cost me a lot of money? I hope not. Oops. And now I can't get in any. Oh no, yes I can. Alright, go back.
Say so.
Still filling up. Yeah. I'll go. I have a fixer for some reason. And I'm getting rads way faster now. Guys, I feel like I was like... My rads are calculating correctly again, which is good. 490 plans. Why not make it a door? It's a door to the car wash.
What's that?
I have 5,000 50 caliber balls. And I'm gonna go sell them to my ammo machine because it's insane. Or maybe I should operate this thing. Okay, I'm gonna sell. Sell for Nick 3,000 points for 500 rounds. Caliber 500 removed. Caliber 500 removed. I'm never gonna have to worry about ammo again. Well, I can cap out at 100,000. That's cool. Transaction failed. Okay, I sold all my balls. Because there was way too many. I had 5,000 balls and it was just like free ammo points sitting there. Yeah, I've got like... Of all of these, I'll probably use all of these, but that one, the balls, that's way too many. Paddle ball string, I can probably sell that too. Paddle ball string. Now I have 400 and some odd 50 caliber balls. That's still too many. Give me like 40. Yeah. And then cannonballs. Good. Then we go and cook. Maybe it's chemistry I'm gonna do. I'm not really sure. Yeah, smelting is what I like to do. There we go. Put all of that in. Scrap box, good. Getting down now. Almost done with all these chores. Take a look at some bulk steel. Let's use a quarter of have all of my steel. I'll take some bulk steel, yeah. Do any of those mines not use... Don't pulse mines not use adhesive? They're nuke mines. Make me a lot of those. This will use all of my lead. Now 336 lead. 36 copper. 560 screws. I have 814 screws. No, I don't think so. Screws I like. I don't want to use those. So... Oh, can I convert any of this bait? Let's see. No, I guess bait is its own thing. Let me go and sell this bulk steel. Oh, thank you. Who is... Oh, that's an old man. Oops. Purple ghoul's leg, complete an event, scrap chunk to produce bone, scrap headwear. Scrap headwear? Let's make 15 headwears. I got nothing for some reason. Scrap headwear. Fallout 76, what should I do to scrap headwear? Oh, this is apparel? Oops. At least there's some mats there. Oh, headwear. Okay. looking for... Oh yeah, in headwear. None of these use bone. Scrapping for bone is kind of annoying. That's odd. Don't I have a fixer on me? I do, but... You won't let me sell this? It won't let me sell it for whatever reason. I don't know. Alright, well... I think the Don Pedro is going to replace my harpoon, which is cool. I was trying to start a car wash and it took too long.
And to sigh and dejectedly mutter. Near the end of the groundbreaking 1988 hybrid live-action/animation film Who Filmed Roger Rabbit, hardball detective Eddie Valiant is in hot pursuit of three villainous cartoon weasels who escape through a tunnel into the animated ghetto of Toontown. Before following them in, Valiant pulls out and loads a cartoon gun given to him by none other than Yosemite Sam, whose bullets look and talk like characters from classic westerns, because, I mean, sure, why not? Later, he fires the revolver at the weasels, only for the bullets to suddenly halt mid-flight, look around in confusion, and fly off in completely the wrong direction, prompting Valiant to sigh and dejectedly mutter, dum-dums. While this comment likely flew over the heads of every child watching the film, it is, of course, a clever pun on the infamously destructive type of ammunition, the so-called dum-dum bullet. So, what are dum-dum bullets anyway? What makes them so destructive? Why has its use in warfare been banned for over 120 years? And where did it get its strange name? Well, let's dive in, shall we? From the introduction of practical shoulder arms in the 15th century, ammunition largely took the form of spheres or musket balls cast from solid lead. Lead has many advantages as an ammunition material. It melts at low temperature, it was easy to cast, it was dense, and it delivered significant terminal energy on impact, and when rifled firearms began to appear, it was soft enough for the spin-stabilizing grooves or rifling in the barrel to bite into it. Soft lead bullets also tended to deform on impact, expanding beyond their original diameter and carving out larger, more destructive and more lethal wounds. Basketballs remained the standard form of small arms ammunition for nearly 400 years, until in the 1840s inventors like Captain John Norton, William Greener, Colonel Claude Etienne Mini, and Colonel James Burton developed what came to be known as the mini ball, a streamlined conical bullet with a conical or hemispherical hollow in the base. This design neatly solved a key problem which had previously prevented the wide-scale adoption of rifled firearms. Up until that point, nearly all military firearms were muzzle loaders, meaning a soldier first had to pour a measured quantity of gunpowder down the barrel, then insert a musket ball and push it down against the powder using a ramrod. The musket balls tended to be slightly smaller than the barrel diameter or bore. This process was fairly rapid, and a well-trained soldier could fire up to 3 aimed shots per minute. Rifled firearms, however, require the bullet to be the same diameter as the bore so that the rifling can cut into it. This makes the bullet much harder to ram down the barrel, significantly slowing down the firing rate. And this problem only became worse as powder residue built up inside the barrel, progressively fouling up the rifle. For this reason, until the mid-19th century, rifles were mainly issued to sharpshooters and other specialists, while the rank and file used regular smoothbore muskets. muskets. The mini-ball, by contrast, was slightly smaller than the bore, allowing it to be easily rammed down. When the rifle was fired, however, the pressure of the propellant gases behind the bullet caused the thin lead skirt formed by the hollow base to expand, sealing or obturating the bullet against the barrel and causing it to bite into the rifling. This design extended the range of shoulder arms from 50 to nearly 300 yards, while maintaining their firing rate, revolutionizing warfare almost overnight. Indeed, during the Crimean War of 1853 to 1856, it was estimated that 150 men firing mini-balls from rifled muskets had the equivalent firepower of 500 men using older smoothbore muskets. But the mini-ball changed warfare in another gruesome way. While earlier musket balls tended to be stopped by bone and become lodged in soldiers' bodies, the lighter, faster mini-balls usually passed straight through. This, combined with the soft lead bullet's tendency to deform and expand, often resulted in shattered bones and large gaping wounds. Such injuries very quickly became infected, prompting field surgeons to immediately amputate wounded arms and legs. Indeed, during the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, mini-ball wounds accounted for nearly 75% of all amputations, of which some 50,000 were performed by both sides throughout the conflict. But even more destructive weapons were beginning to appear on the battlefield. In 1857, British Army Major John Jacob developed bullets filled with explosive potassium chlorate that would detonate on impact, designed for blowing up enemy ammunition magazines at ranges up to 1,000 yards. In the early 1860s, New York firearms dealer Samuel Gardner Jr. adapted Jacobs' designs to fit inside a standard US Army 58 caliber mini-ball. Unlike the earlier Jacobs bullet, which had to strike a solid surface to explode, Gardner's design was set off by a delay fuse ignited by the rifle's propellant charge and could be set to explode at any point along its trajectory. It was also cast from harder zinc or pewter instead of lead to increase its fragmentation effect. In early 1862, Gardner presented his invention to the Union government for evaluation, whereupon President Abraham Lincoln, eager to acquire the very latest in military technology for his army, pushed for its adoption. By December of that year, an order for 100,000 Gardner musket shells was placed for use in field trials. Almost immediately, the new bullets attracted controversy and condemnation. Though intended, like the Jacob bullet, for use against ammunition stores and other such targets, the Gardner shells were inevitably used as anti-personnel weapons, with predictably gruesome results. Indeed, the Union Army's Chief of Ordnance, General James W. Ripley, had been dead set against the Gardner shell from the beginning and repeatedly tried to block its adoption before finally being overruled by Lincoln. Many others were equally hostile, with General Ulysses S. Grant condemning the Gardner shell as, quote, barbarous because they produce increased suffering without any corresponding advantage to those using them. And General A.B. Dyer, Ripley's successor as Chief of Ordnance, declared the weapons as inexcusable among any people above the grade of ignorant savages. Meanwhile, similar objections were being raised in Russia, where in 1863, an impact-sensitive explosive bullet similar to Jacobs' design was introduced for blowing up powder magazines and ammunition wagons. By 1867, a more sensitive version was developed which would detonate on impact with even soft targets like humans or animals. But while most nations might have exploited this technological edge to their strategic advantage, the Russians, fearing that this gruesome new weapon would trigger a deadly European arms race, instead sought to ban further development of explosive ammunition. In December 1868, delegates from 18 European nations, Austria-Hungary, Bavaria, Belgium, Denmark, France, the United Kingdom, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, Persia, Portugal, Prussia, Russia, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, the Ottoman Empire, and Württemberg gathered in St. Petersburg to amend the international laws of war. This was only the second time such an effort had been undertaken after the First Geneva Convention of 1864, which laid out the rules for treatment of wounded on the battlefield. The resulting treaty, dubbed the Declaration renouncing the use in time of war of explosive projectiles under 400 grams weight, or simply the St. Petersburg Declaration of 1868, was signed by all 18 attending delegates and read in part, quote, on the proposition of the Imperial Cabinet of Russia, an international military commission having assembled at St. Petersburg in order to examine the expediency of forbidding the use of certain projectiles in time of war between civilized nations, and that commission having by common agreement fixed the technical limits at which the necessities of war ought to yield to the requirements of humanity, the undersigned are authorized by the orders of their governments to declare as follows, that the progress of civilization should have the effect of alleviating as much as possible the calamities of war, that the only legitimate object which states should endeavor to accomplish during war is to weaken the military forces of the enemy, that for this purpose it is sufficient to disable the greatest possible number of men, that this object would be exceeded by the employment of arms which uselessly aggravate the sufferings of disabled men or render their death inevitable, that the employment of such arms would, therefore, be contrary to to the laws of humanity. The contracting parties engage mutually to renounce, in case of war among themselves, the employment by their military or naval troops of any projectile of a weight below 400 grams which is either explosive or charged with fulminating or inflammating substances. In other words, the delegates agreed that for projectiles weighing less than 400 grams, kinetic energy alone is enough to accomplish the task of killing or wounding a single person. Thus, adding additional explosives to such projectiles has no useful military effect and serves only to unnecessarily increase suffering. Also, in addition to conventional explosive projectiles which detonate on impact, the declaration bans the military use of so-called fulminating projectiles, which contain a small charge of unstable explosives and are designed to shatter into fragments inside the wound or while being removed during surgery. On the other hand, larger explosive artillery or autocannon shells intended for use against fortified targets or to wound or kill multiple people were exempted from the declaration. The United States, not considered a major military power at that time, was not invited to the St. Petersburg Convention and was not legally bound by its prohibitions. However, many senior American military officers like Chief of Ordnance Dyer agreed with its conclusions and vehemently opposed the further adoption of exploding or fulminating small arms ammunition. Meanwhile, horrified by the nasty wounds inflicted by even standard issue mini balls, in the 1870s, former Civil War surgeons and other medical professionals pushed for a national ban on soft lead bullets in warfare. Though they were ultimately unsuccessful, the days of the mini ball are nonetheless numbered, not due to any moral outrage, but rather the inexorable onward march of firearms technology. By the 1870s, muzzle-loading rifled muskets had given way to single-shot breech-loading rifles, firing self-contained cartridges, which combined the bullet, powder charge, and percussion cap into one convenient package. While by the 1880s, repeating magazine-fed rifles were starting to be widely adopted by the world's armies. While the first self-contained cartridges used plain cast-lead bullets, these were soon found to be troublesome to use in repeating rifles, as the action of extracting a cartridge from the magazine and inserting it into the chamber tended to deform the bullet, leading to feeding problems, jams, and other issues. Thus, in 1882, Swiss Colonel Edward Rubin, working for the Swiss Federal Ammunition Factory and Research Center, developed the jacketed bullet consisting of a lead core coated in a thin layer of copper or brass. This jacket was hard enough to prevent the bullet from deforming, but soft enough to engage with the bullet's rifling, allowing for much smoother operation of the rifle. Furthermore, the year 1886 saw a paradigm shift in firearms design with the introduction of the French Fusil Model 1886 Libel, the first standard military rifle to use the revolutionary new technology of smokeless powder. Unlike traditional black powder, smokeless powder did not produce the thick clouds of white smoke that previously obscured the battlefield and left behind far less thick corrosive residue in the rifle barrel. It also burned hotter and produced much higher chamber pressures than black powder, allowing bullets to travel faster and achieve flatter trajectories over longer ranges. As a result, bullets also became smaller. Previously, the particular chemistry of black powder had placed an upper limit on projectile velocity. Thus, in order to maximize kinetic energy and terminal effect, bullets were made as heavy as possible. Kinetic energy, however, scales with the square of velocity, so once smokeless powder appeared on the scene, it became more efficient to use smaller, lighter bullets traveling at much higher velocities. Thus, while black powder cartridges of the 1870s tended to use heavy, solid lead bullets 13 to 15 millimeters in diameter, smokeless powder cartridges of the 1880s and beyond had bullets half as wide. However, this increased performance came at a cost. Plain lead bullets tended to shed their outer layers while traveling down the barrel, quickly fouling the rifling. Full Metal Jacket, or FMJ bullets, neatly solved this problem and soon became standard for militaries around the world. But no sooner had they entered service, the new high-velocity jacketed bullets were discovered to have an unexpected flaw. While fighting indigenous forces on the frontiers of the Empire, British colonial troops discovered that their bullets often passed straight through an attacking warrior without actually dropping them. As Major General Sir Charles John Adair, a veteran of the 1881 to 1899 Mahadist War in Sudan, explained in very dated language, the civilized soldier, when shot, recognizes that he is wounded and knows that the sooner he is attended to, the sooner he will recover. He lies down on his stretcher and is taken off the field to his ambulance, where he is dressed or bandaged. Your fanatical barbarian, similarly wounded, continues to rush on, spear or sword in hand, and before you have the time to represent to him that his conduct is in flagrant violation of the understanding relative to the proper course for the wounded man to follow, he may have cut off your head. This problem was also encountered by other colonial powers. For example, during the Philippine-American War of 1899 to 1902, American troops discovered that neither their 30 caliber Krag-Jorgensen rifles or 38 caliber Colt 1892 revolvers had sufficient stopping power to halt a charging Moro tribesman. In April 1895, one Surgeon Captain H. Hathaway of the British Indian Army observed an execution by firing squad conducted using the new .303 caliber Lee Metford rifle. He noted that, in stark contrast to wounds inflicted by earlier soft-lead bullets, the holes produced by the .303 jacket bullets were clearly primed, punching cleanly through bone instead of shattering it and causing very little damage to the surrounding tissues. In his report on the incident, he concluded, although the Lee Metford is a very humane weapon, it is questionable whether it would stop a savage, fanatical advance. Such reports caused the British colonial authorities a great deal of concern, and methods were stopping power of weapons used in colonial conflicts. At first, soldiers field-modified their ammunition by cutting a cross in the tip of the bullet to promote expansion. Then in 1896, Lieutenant Colonel Neville Snade Bertie Clay, superintendent of the Dum Dum Arsenal outside Calcutta, came up with a process for cutting away the front of the jacket on the standard Mark II rifle bullet, exposing the lead core. Tests conducted on the cadavers of the cows confirmed the effectiveness of the ammunition, and small numbers of so-called Dum Dum rounds were subsequently modified for issue to troops, first being used during the 1897 to 1898 Chitral and Tarrar military expeditions on India's northwest frontier. Based on this experience, in 1868, a Mark III Dum-Dum cartridge was introduced with the front of the jacket cut away for factory. However, due to production issues, the Mark III was almost immediately pulled from service and replaced by the Mark IV, which had a hollow cylindrical cavity extending back from the nose of the bullet. At the same time, the Mark III man-stopper version of the .455 Webley revolver cartridge was also introduced, featuring a completely squared-off nose with a deep hemispherical cavity. But while the term dum-dum would forever be associated with this kind of ammunition, this was not, in fact, the first time that expanding bullets had been purposefully manufactured. As early as the 1870s, high-velocity express cartridges for big game hunting had been fitted with hollow points to promote expansion and rapidly take down dangerous animals. Nor was this the first time intentionally expanding ammunition had been used in warfare. The .577 Snyder cartridge, first issued in 1867, had a hollow core and was observed to inflict particularly nasty wounds. The Mark IV Dum-Dum cartridge was first used at the September 2nd, 1898 Battle of Omdurman outside Khartoum in Sudan, in which an Anglo-Egyptian force of 35,000 defeated a Sudanese force of 52,000 under Bahadist leader Abdalihi bin Muhammad. The battle vividly demonstrated the gruesome effectiveness of the new British ammunition, with Major Hugh Mathias of the Royal Army Medical Corps describing the wounds inflicted on one Mahadist soldier thusly. He had a bullet wound of the left leg above the knee. The wound entrance was clean-cut and very small. The projectile had struck the femur just above the internal condyle, the whole of the lower end of the bone and upper end of the tibia were shattered to pieces, the knee joint being completely disorganized. He had also been wounded in the right shoulder. The whole of the shoulder joint and scapula were shattered to pieces. In neither case was there any sign of a wound of exit. Such reports horrified civilians back home and around the world, who questioned not only the legality of expanding bullets under the 1868 St. Petersburg Declaration, but the morality of using such inhumane weapons. Now, if it seems odd, if not oxymoronic, to condemn the humaneness of weapons of war specifically designed to kill, it is important to understand the particular moral framework upon which the laws of war, as outlined in the Geneva Conventions and St. Petersburg Declaration, were built. According to this framework, the point of war was not to kill as many enemy soldiers as possible, but rather to wound only so much as was necessary to render them incapable of fighting, in the language of the time, to place them or to combat or out of action. In the ideal situation, these wounds would be easily treated and quick to heal, allowing the soldiers to live long, healthy lives after the war. Therefore, any weapons which deliberately inflicted more grievous and debilitating wounds than needed to accomplish these ends served only to increase suffering and were unnecessarily cruel and inhumane. Based on these principles, activists pushed for an...
Like, you can see it's so fun. It's like, it is such a good MMO now. Was a grunt hunt. I liked it when it auto reloaded. I like that card. Because then you're just like, alright, 8 bullets to the face, you know, with a fucking musket.
International ban on expanding bullets. This cause was further spurred on by the work of Professor Paul van Bruns, Surgeon General of the Württemberg Army, who in 1898 published the results of experiments conducted by firing fully jacketed and hollow-point bullets at wood, clay, human cadavers, and live horses. Von Bruns concluded that any limb struck by a dum-dum projectile would invariably require amputation, and following the publication of his paper, the German Congress of Surgeons issued a resolution demanding that expanding projectiles be excluded from civilized warfare. Meanwhile, British military and colonial authorities balked at these protests, arguing that since expanding bullets contained no explosive or fulminating material, they were still perfectly legal under the St. Petersburg Declaration. Furthermore, they pointed out that bullets like the Mark IV were indeed nothing new. Indeed, prior to the introduction of jacketed bullets, all small arms projectiles deformed on impact, inflicting equally gruesome wounds. Thus, the Mark IV was, in a sense, a reversion to older technology. But in any case, such bullets were never intended for civilized warfare against other Western armies, but rather reserved for use against savage tribes in the colonies. Finally, the British claimed that the whole debate was nothing more than an anti-British smear organised by Britain's enemies, pointing out that only the British Mark IV cartridge was being singled out for criticism, while the Swiss and Portuguese use of expanding ammunition was ignored. While most medical professionals pushed for a ban on expanding bullets, others sided with the military, with British surgeon Alexander Ogston questioning the methodology of von Braun's experiments and the very concept of the relative humaneness of full jacketed bullets. The critics seem to believe that one who has a limb injured by the fully mantled bullet has before him but a few weeks of pleasant sojourn in bed, while the open-fronted bullets will cost him his limb by amputation, if not worse. Nevertheless, on May the 18th, 1899, a convention opened in The Hague to hammer out further international laws of war. Attended by representatives of 26 countries, the conference covered a wide range of topics, including the peaceful arbitration of international disputes, the treatment of prisoners of war, and further limitations on the types of weapons allowed in warfare. By the time the convention concluded on July the 29th, the attendees had signed 3 treaties and 3 declarations. The Convention for the Pacific Settlement of International Disputes, which established a permanent court of arbitration in The Hague, the Convention with respect to the laws and customs of war on land, which further refined the laws regarding the conduct at war, such as the treatment of prisoners and non-combatant civilians, the Convention for the Adaptation to Maritime Warfare, which required belligerents to treat shipwrecked and wounded enemy sailors like prisoners of war on land, the Declaration concerning the prohibition of the discharge of projectiles and explosives from balloons or by other new analogous methods, the Declaration concerning the prohibition of the use of projectiles with the sole object to spread asphyxiating poisonous gases, and finally, Declaration concerning the prohibition of the use of bullets which can easily expand or change their form inside the human body, such as bullets with a hard covering which does not completely cover the core or containing indentations. While the British delegates, including Major General Ardagh, doggedly argued their case, in the end the anti-Dum-Dum crowd won out, and all the delegates except the United Kingdom, Portugal, and the United States signed and ratified the declaration. However, the declaration was non-binding unless signed and ratified, meaning Britain was under no obligation to withdraw its Dum-Dum bullets from service. Nonetheless, when the Second Anglo-Boer War in South Africa broke out in October 1899, the War Office ordered all Mark IV rifle and Mark III pistol ammunition recalled from the battlefield. This was done not in compliance with the Hague Convention, but rather to counter accusations of inhumane warfare practices levelled by the Dutch, French, Germans, and Irish. Officially, no expanding ammunition was used in South Africa, nor during the 1900 Boxer Rebellion in China. However, in 1903, British forces were overwhelmed and annihilated by Somali forces at Mburu, a defeat partially attributed to the ineffectiveness of the fully jacketed Mark II cartridge against the Dervish warriors. Consequently, Mark IV Dum-Dums were quickly reissued to British troops in Somaliland. United States forces also used expanding ammunition during the 1899 to 1913 Moro Rebellion in the Philippines. Meanwhile, British arms manufacturers began looking for a bullet design that would have the same stopping power as the Mark IV while still complying with the 1899 Hague Convention. A Mark VI bullet with a thinner jacket was experimented with in 1904, but its performance proved unsatisfactory. Then, in 1905, Germany shook the arms world by introducing the 7.92 by 57mm Mauser cartridge, which featured a lightweight pointed or Spitzer bullet that travelled at a blistering 884 meters per second. So fast were these bullets that despite not expanding or deforming, they inflicted disproportionately large gaping wounds via a phenomenon known as hydrostatic shock. At first the British tried to copy the German design, but neither the .303 cartridge case nor the action of the new Lee Enfield rifle were strong enough to withstand the required pressures. Instead, in 1910, they unveiled the Mark VII bullet, which featured a lightweight aluminium tip ahead of a conventional lead core, all covered in a full metal jacket. This design moved the center of gravity to the rear of the bullet, meaning that as soon as it struck its target, it would begin tumbling end over end, tearing a wound channel just as big, if not bigger, than the Mark IV dum-dum. But because the bullet didn't actually expand or explode, it remained perfectly legal under the 1899 Hague Convention and its 1907 follow-up. Technical correctness, the best kind of correctness. Today it remains illegal to use expanding ammunition in warfare, though projectiles that wound through tumbling or hydrostatic shock are near universal. And outside the military, expanding bullets are widely used by hunters and law enforcement for the same reason they were originally developed, for quickly and effectively taking down targets. Indeed, it is notable that of the 3 declarations of the 1899 Hague Convention, the third, banning expanding ammunition, should be the most universally obeyed. For less than 15 years later, the prohibitions against airdrop projectiles and poison gas, arguably more horrific weapons than dum-dum bullets, would be violated in spectacular and bloody fashion in the quagmire of the First World War.
Stone fountain.
Fannie Lou Hamer was a force to be reckoned with, enduring intractable racism, police beatings, and even forced sterilization. She never stopped working for equal voting rights for all. This is the tragic real-life story of Fannie Lou Hamer. Born on October 6, 1917 in Montgomery County, Mississippi, Fannie Lou was the 20th and youngest child of Lou Ella and James Townsend. Both Lou Ella and James worked as sharecroppers their entire lives. When Fannie Lou was just 6 years old, she joined them despite having endured a bout of polio just a year earlier. Hamer was 8 years old in 1925 when she saw Joe Pullum, a local sharecropper, lynched. In an interview with Jack Odell in 1965, she said, "I remember that until this day, and I won't forget it." Poverty forced Hamer to drop out of school at the age of 12, and by the age of 13, she was picking as much as 400 pounds of cotton in a day and receiving $1 for her work. Since Hamer had learned how to read and write during her brief time in school, she also worked as a record keeper on the plantation, and soon discovered just how the owners would cook the books to cheat the poor sharecroppers out of their fair wages. To offset this, Hamer began secretly tilting the scales to ensure people weren't cheated. She later recalled, "I didn't know what to do, and all I could do was rebel in the only way I could rebel." In 1944, Fannie Lou married Perry Pap Hamer, a tractor driver on a local plantation. 17 years later, in 1961, she underwent surgery to remove a small cyst in her stomach. When she woke, she discovered that she'd also been given a hysterectomy without her consent. According to PBS, this type of forced sterilization was so common at the time that it became referred to as a Mississippi appendectomy, a term coined by Hamer herself. On June 8, 1964, Hamer testified before a panel in Washington, D.C. that at the North Sunflower County Hospital, 6 out of the 10 Negro women that go to the hospital are sterilized with the tubes tied. Forced sterilizations have a dark history and an equally dark present in the United States. Indiana passed the first forced sterilization law in 1907, and while they hit their peak in the 1930s and 1940s, targeting those deemed to be criminals or unfit by the 1950s, sterilization laws started targeting welfare recipients as well. Forced sterilizations were frequently racially motivated. This became abundantly clear when Mississippi proposed a bill that would make it a felony for a parent on welfare to have more than one child. Jail time could be avoided if the parent consented to sterilization. Ultimately, sterilization was removed from that bill, but untold women like Hamer still were sterilized without their consent. On August 31, 1962, Hamer and 17 others went to the courthouse in Indianola, Mississippi to register to vote. According to PBS, most of the group was blocked from even attempting to register. Only Hamer and one other man were allowed to fill out an application and take a literacy test. At the time, literacy tests were purposefully designed to keep black people from voting. And when Hamer was asked to explain de facto laws, she later recalled that, "I knowed as much about de facto law as a horse knows about Christmas Day." After failing the literacy test, the group was denied the right to register to vote. On the way home, their bus was stopped by police and fined $100 for being too yellow. Then the persecution got worse. The owner of the plantation where Hamer worked and lived demanded that she withdraw her application to vote.
Mr. Marlowe told me that I would have to go down and withdraw my registration or leave because they wasn't ready for that in Mississippi.
Hamer refused and was immediately thrown off the plantation where she had lived and worked for 18 years. She temporarily stayed with a friend before finding a new home and just narrowly missed being murdered by those who were trying to suppress the black vote.
They shot in the house 15 times thinking that I was there.
What?
On January 10th, 1963, Hamer was finally able to pass the literacy test. According to The Nation, after her second attempt on December 4th, she told the registrar, quote, "You'll see me every 30 days till I pass." A month later, she passed. But despite now being registered to vote, she discovered that she still wasn't allowed to vote because she didn't have any poll tax receipts. In some parts of the United States, people were required to pay a tax in order to vote. A tax put in place to ensure that the poorest people, who were often people of color, didn't get a voice in the government. And they weren't subtle about this fact either. For instance, in 1939, Alabama's Tuscaloosa News published an editorial that read in part, "This newspaper believes in white supremacy, and it believes that the poll tax is one of the essentials for the preservation of white supremacy." In 1962, the United States passed the 24th Amendment, which outlawed poll taxes for federal elections. Despite this, Hamer was still denied the right to vote a year later because it wasn't really enforced until 1965. And to this day, 8 states, including Mississippi, still haven't ratified the amendment. While Pap worked to pay off their sharecropping debt at the plantation, Hamer continued working toward voter registration and desegregation. On June 9, 1963, Hamer and 9 other activists were returning on a bus from a voter registration and civic education training session in Charleston, South Carolina. The activists had tried to integrate lunch counters at the various bus stations along their way home, and their protest had enraged their bus driver. According to Fannie Lou Hamer, America's Freedom Fighting Woman by Megan Parker Brooks, the driver began using the phone at every stop, reporting their location to Mississippi police. And when known to Mississippi, police arrested at least 6 of the activists, even those who'd remain on the bus, and took them to jail. Hamer and her fellow activists weren't released from jail until June 12th. And in those 3 days, Hamer sustained such severe and prolonged beatings that she suffered from lifelong damage to her kidneys, eyes, and legs. In addition to beating the activists themselves, police also forced the other black people who were also imprisoned in the jail at the time to beat the activists as well. While there was later a brief trial, the police were cleared for their actions. After several failed attempts to work with the all-white pro-segregation Mississippi Democratic Party, Hamer co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and in 1964, she went to the Democratic National Convention in an attempt to get representation. As a result, she received death threats. When she reported them to the police, they told her, quote, "Don't look to us for help." On August 22, 1964, Hamer testified before the Credentials Committee at the Democratic National Convention. She started by stating her full name and home address, defiantly signaling her fearlessness to every white supremacist. According to the Washington Post, President Johnson was terrified that her testimony at the convention would break up the coalition of white Southern delegates he needed to get elected. He tried to convince her not to speak, but when she did anyway, he abruptly called a pointless live press conference so the TV broadcast would have to cut away from Hamer's testimony. It backfired, bringing more media attention to Hamer's testimony than it otherwise might have gotten, with many evening news programs giving full coverage of the speech that Johnson had interrupted.
Because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America.
As a result of pressure from President Johnson and vice presidential candidate Hubert Humphrey, the convention refused to accept Hamer as an official delegate. Instead, officials offered a farcical compromise to the MFDP. They'd be allowed 2 delegates, but they could neither sit in the Mississippi section, nor would they be able to cast votes. Oh, and neither one of those seats were allowed to go to Hamer. Why? According to Humphrey, the president has said he will not let that illiterate woman speak on the floor of the Democratic Convention. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party voted unanimously to reject the administration's compromise. In Hamer's words, quote, "We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats. They returned to Mississippi, shut out once again by a process meant to empower them." In 1964, Hamer also ran unsuccessfully for Congress. According to an interview with Jack Odell, Hamer recalled that it was harder for her to pass the literacy test in order to register to vote than it was for her to qualify to run for Congress. And despite being barred from the official ballot, the MFDP gave out freedom ballots that included candidates of all races. According to Smithsonian Magazine, after her first bid was unsuccessful, Hamer ran for office 2 more times in 1967 and 1971. Unfortunately, her 1967 run was disqualified on a technicality, and she lost to the incumbent in 1971. She did have one moment of triumph, though. In 1968, the Democratic Party began requiring equal representation for state delegations, and she finally was recognized as an official delegate for Mississippi at the National Democratic Party Convention. She used her platform to protest the ongoing war in Vietnam. Seeing that not much progress was being made on the political front, Fannie Lou Hamer turned most of her attention toward economic justice as a way to fight for racial equality. In 1969, Hamer founded the Freedom Farm Cooperative in order to provide black people with land that they could own and farm collectively. With the help of donors such as the Measure for Measure organization and Harry Belafonte, by 1970, the co-op had amassed 680 acres for cultivation. Membership for the co-op was $1 a month, and even though only 30 families could afford the dues, those who couldn't pay weren't excluded. Roughly an additional 1,500 families were also part of the Freedom Farm Cooperative in name. In 1970, the collective also started a pig bank for impoverished families. With help from the National Council of Negro Women, the collective purchased 5 male pigs and 35 female pigs. And over the next 3 years, thousands of pigs made their way to black families. Hamer especially loved the pig bank, stating that, quote, "I wouldn't take nothing for our golden pigs." Unfortunately, without institutional backing or resources, the Freedom Farm Collective only lasted a handful of years. But at its height, it was one of the largest employers in Sunflower County, Mississippi. According to the Center for Constitutional Rights, Hamer was actually partly responsible for the Voting Rights Act's passage thanks to her 1965 civil rights case, Hamer versus Campbell. Brought against the Circuit Clerk of Mississippi for restricting black people's right to register and vote, Hamer's victory in court even allowed the elections to be overturned due to their discriminatory practices. Even after the Voting Rights Act was finally passed in 1965, Fannie Lou Hamer continued to focus on equal voting rights. Despite the federal protections that the Voting Rights Act claimed to guarantee, though, white people in power continued to try to prevent black people from registering and voting. Still, she fought on. According to PBS, in 1970, Hamer organized plaintiffs for a class action lawsuit regarding school desegregation in Sunflower County. This suit resulted in the district court ordering the county to merge its segregated schools into a single public school system. Fannie Lou Hamer's health suffered during her final years. In 1976, she was diagnosed with breast cancer and underwent a radical mastectomy. She continued her civil rights work as long as she could, but as her health worsened, fundraising and public speaking became more and more difficult. Hamer died on March 14, 1977. Her life cut tragically short at the age of 59. Hundreds of people came to pay their respects, but some regretted the media circus that transpired. According to Fannie Lou Hamer, The Life of a Civil Rights Icon by Ernest N. Bracey, some of her fellow activists believed that dignitaries looking for a photo op ended up overshadowing coverage of Hamer's life and work, and the mourning being done by her real friends, family, and neighbors. Hamer was buried at the Freedom Farm Cooperative, and her gravestone bears her famous motto,
We are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus even more grunge videos about your favorite stuff are coming soon. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss a single one.
Yeah, that's how I feel about drugs too. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of the drug war.
You don't improvise on camera when we're shooting. They all think that
Like Fannie Lee Hamer.
Marty just doesn't do anything, that he lets the actor say, okay, go ahead, and he sits there like this, you know, and enjoys it. You know, it's not true. I mean, it's so crazy to think that you can go in there and make a movie like that. It has to be structured. You're still saying a script. I said, all right, I'll tell you something. Go f your mother.
Good fella. You know it, you've seen it, you've quoted it, talked about it, you had a poster of it in your college dorm room, and I would say...
Nope, you're like playing a lot of DMCA all at once.
These are the accomplishments of what we've produced. And this is something, ooh, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. So,
I wouldn't have shown the pain.
but here is the,
I wouldn't have shown the
here's
pain.
the book.
2 hours later.
You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't.
This is Trump's biggest humiliation yet. You're going to want to watch this. The emperor has no clothes. The emperor has no clothes. How I wish that was the issue in America. Here, the emperor has no brain. The emperor never had a brain to start with, and the fungal growth behind his ears is expiring in front of our eyes and leaking out of the fetid orange arsehole he calls a mouth. Today, he shamefully leaked all over a press conference. In recent months, Trump's decline has been rapid and especially noticeable, but this is his worst showing yet. To celebrate the most embarrassing year in American history yet, Trump delivered a sundowning, rambling, incoherent speech that was so humiliating, even the carefully hand-picked group of right-wing media sycophants had a muted and concerned reaction, causing Trump to ask them, delightfully, insecurely, in the manner of a demented fool who lives permanently in La La Land, if he was boring them.
You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't.
I'm not kidding. This actually happened, and we have the footage. I will be showing you the footage. I will be roasting this tepid old fart. I will be pausing the video to explain to you exactly how stupid he is. If you're telling yourself maybe you want to see the video without the interruptions, you're wrong. This video is humiliating. It's awkward. It's painful to watch for anybody with a brain. It is a car crash happening in front of our eyes that the entire MAGA base pretends isn't happening. We need to keep pointing out how not normal this is, how insane this man is, how maybe somebody that couldn't be trusted to operate a microphone.
I don't want any more presidents born between 22 and fucking 48. I don't want it anymore. That's too long. That's too old. It feels so much more like Fallout now. And like, why did you let the vats be broken as long as you did? It was like such a really clear problem. Is it hiding from me or is it stuck? I guess I crippled that one's like limb or something, so he couldn't move. I like living at the movie theater. I think it was cool. I built a base here.
Wave shouldn't be sitting in the Oval Office right now. It's a crazy video. Let's get into it.
Stand by, Doug. Here's the president. Let's listen in.
It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So...
Yes, that's right, Grandad. Everything's a record. The poo-poo you did in your diaper's a record. The amount of paper you're carrying is a record for an 8-year-old man. Congratulations, Grandad.
These are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments, and as you know, This is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have...
Really, I mean, we know, we all know, because we've all aged 5 years in the last 12 fucking months.
A book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished.
Never has a truer word been said, because he cannot fucking read. In fact, I'm pretty sure, I haven't seen this whole thing yet, but I'm pretty sure all he does is show pictures, because it's been confirmed by many people around him that he cannot read at, you know, a level above a child. Like, he likes pictures. When aides explain stuff to him, they have to use pictures and big pointy words and yelling.
But we've done more than any other administration has done by far, in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of
starting ones.
Wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that, because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people.
And weirdly, he still remains free. Funny that. The crazy thing about this so
you have
far,
34 felonies. You're the one who's
everything
free.
he's just said, is that if you were listening to it like in the other room, like in the kitchen, and it was on in the living room, you would be like, "Was that? Is CNN just playing the sound of one long fart? Just for a fucking like, what's happening over there? It's insane. The fact that he walks out like, here's a list of accomplishments. Well done, Grant. Like, what president in history has felt the need? After is a 1 year anniversary speech even a consistent thing? I don't know. I'm not new to American politics, but this seems new to me. But who the fuck knows? It's Trump. It could be new. It could not be new. But the fact is that the fact that he feels the need after 1 year in office to be like, here's the good stuff I've done, everybody. Like, that is insecurity. Nobody who's actually doing good shit has to come out and say it. They say it with their body language. They say it, you know, with their coherent speech. They say it by having the speech patterns of maybe, say, at least a 4-year-old ape. Like, it's insane. This man is fucking deranged, and he's out here being like, I did good, everyone, while the world fucking falls apart around him.
I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people?
Yes, Donald. We're aware that some of the people you're rounding up, you know, might actually be criminals. The issue is less so that criminals are being rounded up. The issue is more that everyone's being rounded up indiscriminately, including citizens. The issue is that the Fourth Amendment's being pissed on and used as a bum rag. And the issue is that you very clearly, openly, and basically have said as much because you're so old and demented, you can't even stop yourself from saying this shit. You basically admitted this is just to punish blue states. You're not doing it because you actually give a shit about this. You're doing it to rile up your base, and you're doing it for your own petty reasons. Maybe, which arguably isn't the right way to go about law enforcement, even if you care about that sort of thing, maybe.
In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country.
Yeah, same energy as you're making me hit you.
It's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one.
How fucking deranged is this? He's like, this guy, he's brown, look at him. Oh, this guy's brown. This guy isn't white. Oh, there's a brown guy. Disgusting.
Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords.
Oh, well, that's all right then. Okay, well, if you found a few criminal illegal aliens, then just keep shooting up streets. You know, keep taking over U.S. cities like they're a hostile force. Keep you know, defying various acts and just sending in federal and just military as well to cities you don't like. Yeah, that's fine then. In that case, go for it.
Drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
This has gone beyond parody and satire. Like, it's hard to even crack jokes about this because it's just terrifying. Like, this man is so clearly not well. The only people who cannot see that are the ones who are so deep in the cult that Trump could literally put his knee up their ass and they'd be like, oh, policy. Thank you. He's playing 4D chess with my prostate. Everything is projection with Trump. Like, everything he's accusing these people of, you know, murder, sexual abuse, fraud, all that stuff, is stuff that he's been accused of. Like, he's very much been accused of. And also, like, all the criminals he surrounds himself with, all the criminals he's pardoned himself. And the reality is, you know, obviously every deranged, lunatic Trump and MAGA supporter online is saying, you support pep if you're against what they're doing. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, even like, I think they literally think that every single person being rounded up, because they can't appeal to logic and facts, they don't know what those are, they have to use emotion. So they literally want to think or want to project the idea that every single person being rounded up is, you know, a PDF file or an assault or a murderer. That's obviously not true. We know from the statistics that some of them are just, you know, overstayed visas or, you know, came here illegally. And of course, the reality is it wouldn't matter what crime they committed, it wouldn't be justification for completely destroying democracy and the rule of law and just turning federal agencies on states as punishment.
No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota.
Quick fact check, because unless some crazy news broke recently, don't think that that's the accurate number. Okay, so the best federal estimates right now are 9 billion. You know what Trump's like? He's like, 9 billion? Doesn't sound cool enough. 19 trillion. He's a fucking moron, and his supporters will just eat it up.
Given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine?
Is nobody in the GOP worried that as he's getting more and more demented, he's really going to completely talk about, like, openly talk about who he is? He was literally a breath's hair away there from saying something. I mean, this is already unforgivable, but we broke that barrier down in America a long time ago, but he was pretty... It's awkward. It's painful to watch for anybody with a brain. It is a car telling yourself, and we have fool who lives permanently in La La Land if he was boring them.
You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't.
I'm not kidding. This actually happened, and we have the footage. I will be showing you the footage. I will be roasting this tepid old fart. I will be pausing the video to explain to you exactly how stupid he is. If you're telling yourself maybe you want to see the video without the interruptions, you're wrong. This video is humiliating. It's awkward. It's painful to watch for anybody with a brain. It is a car crash happening in front of our eyes that the entire MAGA base pretends isn't happening. We need to keep pointing out how not normal this is, how insane this man is, how maybe somebody that couldn't be trusted to operate a microwave shouldn't be sitting in the Oval Office right now. It's a crazy video. Let's get into it.
Stand by, Doug. Here's the president. Let's listen in.
It's a big crowd. It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So...
Yes, that's right, Grandad. Everything's a record. The poo-poo you did in your diaper's a record. The amount of paper you're carrying is a record for an 80-year-old man. Congratulations, Grandad.
You skipped me back, you son of a bitch.
Funny,
Why do
and
you
people will
constantly
laugh.
do that?
The sycophants will laugh. He's so gone that he's not actually joking, and B, they went to laugh at his joke, and he's like, but they realize you're not getting bored, are you? Not getting bored of old Grandpa Donny? Let me tell you about what life was like in the 1850s.
Strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes.
Don't forget, he told us he was going to list his accomplishments, so that's some of them. Somebody please make an edit of this where every picture he holds up is just his own fucking face. God.
Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people.
What? He's not even reading, like, he can't read.
So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do.
The really scary thing about this, other than absolutely all of it, is that the supporters he has left are genuinely so stupid that, yeah, as I was sort of saying earlier, they can listen to a man, appeal to them with emotion, but who barely has a grasp on his own brain cells and emotions. Literally listen to a man communicating at toddler's level and be like, "These are bad men. Enemy wants you to not have to keep bad men around. Bad men bad. Enemy bad. Like, this is the level he's communing at, and they're there like,
All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators, insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid.
Hey,
you know, when the woman was shot, I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it.
I understand both sides, he says, as he also accuses her of being a paid agitator. Like, was it sad, or was she a paid agitator who ICE bravely defended themselves from? His brain is so fucking gone. I know, it's gone to the point in this now where it's just depressing. I'm running out of the energy and willpower to even try and make light of it. Like, we truly live in the bad place. People believe in God somehow. I wish I could. I don't know how you can believe in God when this sort of shit happens in the world. Like, when a man like this can be in one of the most powerful political positions in the world. Like, he is truly not just evil, but also now he's evil and incompetent. Like, now he's evil and gone. Now he's just rambling and spreading lies. Everything he says is a lie. Everything he says is a projection. Anyone who has the slightest shred of emotional intelligence can see who this man for who he is. I mean, you know, most people I knew saw it immediately. The second he opened his mouth 2016, like, oh, that guy's a piece of shit. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, gross. Oh no, he shouldn't be in charge. He only cares about himself. We now have the 2016 version, but worse, dumber, more stupid, more selfish and angry and narcissistic and raging more because he knows his life is going to end soon. Like, I don't know what else to say. I cannot believe this is reality. It is.
He's right.
The Republicans, you know, shame on them for letting this happen. Shame on them. Like, how is America ever going to recover from this? Other people are watching this, and as much as fuckwit MAGAs can say online, like, we don't care what other countries think. That's the only thing that they understand how the world works. Even a lot of MAGA politicians understand deep down how the world works. They understand that America can't function on its own. They understand that America's never really been self-sufficient, and we live in a global trade world now. Like this is empire. This is the ending of an empire. Really crazy shit.
When she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 shame. Right? You saw it. So loud.
You, Trump.
Like
a loud woman.
A professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional.
This man couldn't identify a professional if it came in his eye. He doesn't even know what that word means.
You know, people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff.
Hottest country anywhere in the world.
This.
It's like he's bragging about
all top of the line
supermodel
criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands.
You have
3,000 in the last fairly short while.
How did this low IQ man become president?
What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000. Fuck. God, that went on too long. And apparently, I think CNN had to come off after 40 minutes. I don't really have much else to say about that. It speaks for itself, really. I think I had to comment on it because otherwise I couldn't just bear to sit there for that bullshit. It's like you can't bear to sit through somebody flicking you in the ear repeatedly because you know it's just fucking wrong. I mean, obviously the internet's had a field day with this. Like, look at some of these comments. You know, I try and bring something of a silver lining here. It's nice to like have a little bit of hope. And the only silver lining to this is that, again, even the MAGAs who are dumb enough to think this is fine or even good, they really are the dumbest of the dumb, the lowest of the low. You have to be so... I can't even fathom how stupid you have to be. Most people, even the average cat, is too intelligent to understand how stupid you have to be to look at this and be like, this is good. So that's like one silver lining, is that stuff like this, him publicly melting down in public and him having made such a cult of personality that, you know, all his aides and everyone are too terrified and cowardly to say that this isn't okay, this isn't normal. So he's going to keep doing this shit in public. He's going to keep, you know, like he's fucked in the midterms. Hopefully he's fucked in many, many ways, but I mean, look at these comments, guys. Anyone watching Donald Trump's press conference, he's completely deranged. It's like he's drunk. Someone go check on Grandpa, Sleepy Don. Like, again, it's a projection. Him calling Biden Sleepy Joe Biden. Biden always, you know, even when he lost his marbles, he had marbles to begin with. This is a man who had never had any marbles going fucking cuckoo in front of our eyes. This guy nailed what I was sort of saying. Perfect sentiment. Watching and listening to this press briefing, and I can't fathom how anyone still believes Trump is fit for office. The stone cold silence
I don't want
from the
one
press
single
in the room is
president
deafening
anymore.
as Trump
I
aimlessly
want a
rambles with exception
Congress
of some
like
soft,
normal people.
nervous laughter at his weird jokes. And that's what it was. It was like, you think, what now? This Trump press conference is a complete disaster. He's rambling incoherently and flipping through a picture book of accomplishments in front of the press. He's clearly unwell. It's getting really bad. That is downplaying it. This one's interesting. It says if Biden or Reagan had conducted a rambling, incoherent press conference like this, there would have been a rash of pieces about his cognitive decline and mental acuity. With Trump, it's just another day at the office. I'm not convinced it is, though. Even the mainstream media is apparently, obviously we couldn't show you all that because life is too fucking short, and I don't want to kill all of your brain cells remaining, but apparently even CNN, cut away early and said, like, there's something wrong with this guy. Like, it's getting to the point now where even the sort of, like, shall we say, cooperative mainstream media are struggling to sane watch this because there's no sanity left to watch. There's nothing there. And I love there's a very British take on this. This Trump press conference is excruciating. It's like listening to an old drunk in a pub tell a tale. So true. He knows he's on TV, right? He's just talking absolute bollocks. And absolute bollocks is the perfect description for that. I don't really know how to sum this footage up. I mean, again, the silver lining is it's getting more and more impossible for, mainstream media, more people more in the center, whatever the fuck that means in America, everyday human beings with eyes and ears to be like, this guy's fine. It's getting impossible to not be like, oh my goodness, he's fucking lost it. Even if you thought he had it, it's gone. Whatever he had, which mostly was just piss, vinegar, and stupidity, is all gone. He is now just a babbling frog. Like, this is the sort of shit that people in the West, often would laugh at, be like, oh, look at this funky, like, developing country, someone we don't care about. They've got this really old person who shouldn't be in power, and, it's like, this is America. Like, the world... It's going to be an interesting couple of years, months, weeks, decades, eternity. Like, this is... I'm kind of speechless. It doesn't happen to me very often. I'm usually rambling, but... Yes, silver lining. Imagine this being your legacy. I think all of us can be so grateful we are not this human being or any of his supporters. Like, his legacy is losing it in front of the whole world laughing at him. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Shameful. I think I'll wrap this up by saying there's a really good quote I've been seeing making the rounds recently, which is something along the lines of like, I've never wished death upon anybody, but I have read some obituaries with great interest. And that's all I'll say on that. For USDS, I'm British Chris.
We have just learned that Air Force One is turning around and returning to Joint Base Andrews just a couple of minutes after taking off from Davos for Davos.
These are the
Democratic Socialists.
These are the accomplishments of what we've produced, and this is something. Ooh, I'm glad my.
We have just learned that Air Force One is turning around and returning to Joint Base Andrews just a couple of minutes after taking off from Davos for Davos, Switzerland. President Trump was scheduled to meet with world leaders at the World Economic Forum. We're going to bring in CNN's senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes. Kristen, what do we know about what's happening here?
So we have been told by a
Trump backed out of Switzerland. What the fuck does that mean? It's weird. Like, every day now feels like some kind of campaign being played in a world war that hasn't started yet. It's like a Cold War or something. Trump threatens Greenland, so then they call like a quorum to show up. And he no-shows because he's sick or something. So Greenland just sits there in fear. And nobody likes sitting there in fear. It's fucking stupid. It's this weird, abusive thing. And it's because he's sick or something. I love rocket launchers. That's so much more entertaining than anything World of Warcraft does. It is like shooting a car with a rocket launcher in 76 is so much more entertaining than anything World of Warcraft does. Anything. Like, maybe the top boss and you're like getting a world like first or something might be that fun. But like, honestly, it's like a more visually interesting, more visually fun game with more interesting things going on, you know? That guy's gonna die. I would never do that in real life, but I'll do it for an NPC that's got loot that I don't care about. Killed him so many tens of thousands of times. He's got good loot. Okay, so fertile soil, that's the one with the farmhands. Yeah, that's an easy one. Let's go do that one because it's just easy.
Force that was familiar with what is going on, that Air Force One did turn around moments ago. It is on its way back to join Air Force Base.
Oh, he turned around. No, he went. He's sick. He's sick or he's crazy, and he's either sick or angry, one or the other. Something happened. And this gun wrecks everything in the game one shot. It's fucking so cool. I should start getting glowing stuff. Like, I should find some really easy place to get rads. Those aren't rads? Show me like a rad pit or something. You got something? I should go get glowing before I do something, before I do this. Or I don't know, I'm in here already. I'll just finish it. I'm full again, I should have gone to sell. Or I thought I did. Am I full again? Yeah, I'm full again. Am I full of weapons? No. Oops. I could have cut a bit of armor here. Look, it's like real Fallout now. Oh, and now I have to leave. Well, I'll finish it out first. Where's the other one? There's the other one. Let me fall through. I always forget how to get to the stairs. This is a bit bigger than you would think. I used to know how to do this really fast on the PlayStation. Oh, here we go, here we go. like the world radios. It adds good atmosphere. Moonshine. I don't remember where these are, and I don't want to hunt anymore. Oh, that's good.
And this is because of what they are calling a small mechanical issue. They're saying that it is not serious, but that they needed to return back, and that President Trump is still going to go to Davos, but he will be taking a backup plane. So likely what we're going to see is an entire deplaning of the president and his team and getting up on one of these backup support planes that is waiting right now currently at Andrews Air Force Base. And one thing to keep in mind, there is a pool traveling with him of reporters, but one of the complications on Air Force One, of course, is that there is no internet for those reporters once they are airborne. So we will have likely a readout from those pool reporters as to what exactly was going on aboard Air Force One during this time. But what we know right now is that that plane did make essentially a U-turn after leaving and is on its way back to Andrews Air Force Base in order to have the president swap planes. Again, this is expected that he will still be going to Davos. He will still be giving his speech, and meeting with those world leaders. But again, obviously things will be slightly delayed given what's occurred today.
Okay, so he's not sick. Why? It's gonna be medical. It's not a mechanical. I misspelled medical. Yeah, I'm thinking medical. Yeah. What are considered to be the best lawyer movies of all time? Oh my god, you're fucking stupid. What are considered to be the best lawyer movies of all time? It's weird because this gun won't repair more than full, which is odd. One person at Moonshine, huh? I haven't seen my cousin Vinny in a long time. Ah, yes, A Time to Kill. Lincoln Lawyer was good. Yeah, why not? Somebody shoot your feet. Fucking developers. Did we crash? Right? You crashed as Moonshine ended? I don't know. Hugo Man. Yes, the Firm, but that's more of a thriller. A Time to Kill is so good. I think I've got Primal Fear. I haven't seen Michael Clayton. I wonder if it's good. It's crashed, huh? Alright. I don't think I own the Lincoln Lawyer. That's a good film. So... Anatomy of a Fall. This was good, huh? List all the John Grisham adaptations you mentioned. There's more. The Firm, Time to Kill, Pelican Brief. Pelican Brief is so good. Yeah, the Pelican Brief. That's a good fucking film. The Pelican Brief. Sandra Bullock. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't Sandra Bullock, was it? Was it Julia Roberts? I forget. With Denzel? I think it was. So you have two of these open, which doesn't really make sense. Yeah, the Pelican Brief, the Client, Susan Sarandon, and Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah, I forgot about the Clients. Yeah. We're looking for movies only. The Clients. 1994, 1994, 720, 1080p for 3 gigs. The Client. That's a good one. I remember seeing this one. Ooh, sounds good. I don't think I've seen The Client, actually. So... The Chamber. Oh, yeah, The Chamber was super good. I think I did see that one. That's a good one. With poor Gene Hackman. What happened to Gene Hackman? Was it mold or something? I forget what happened. And I owned The Rainmaker, and I had The Runaway Jury. That's a good one. Yeah, we're looking for The Chamber in movies. Search. The Chamber, Blu-ray, 1080p for 1.8 gigs. Go. Zombie Apocalypse. You won't last forever, but maybe in time they'll make like 100 terabyte drives and I could just dump all of the drives to one drive for like $200. That'd be sweet. Nice. Yeah, I didn't think I would queue up 10 movies, but there we go, 10 movies. Something to fall asleep to. The Chamber, The Rainmaker, and The Runaway Jury. Yeah, it was good. Oh, Sorkin, huh? No. Give me more modern must-watch legal thrillers or just lawyer films. And I Fall, The Trial of the Chicago 7. That was a Sorkin film. I forgot about that. Juror number 2. Late career gem from Clint Eastwood. It represents a terrifying moral dilemma. A juror serving on a murder. He might actually have been one of the responsible for the victim's death. It's not about conscious versus the law. That sounds like a pretty good one. Juror number 2. Let's snag that. Although, I don't know. Clint Eastwood is always right-wing coded. Just Mercy, the Mauritanian. Jodie Foster, huh? Dark Waters was so good. Okay, let's do Just Mercy. That sounds pretty good. I'll watch that. Oh yeah, you bombed out. Am I done with 76? I don't know. I think I've got more to do, honestly. Just Mercy, 1080p for 2.5. I like these 1080p movies. It's fucking sweet. Damn, I snagged like 15 movies here today, but I mean that's the Zombie Apocalypse library. I'm gonna make this one of my hobbies. Snag anything of worth. 1080p. Ooh, yeah, a lot of people like this one. So take a look at this. This was good, huh? Bunch of ones I haven't seen. Oh, without charges for a decade. That's fucked up. You know, I don't think I owned the Shawshank Redemption. And that would be a good movie to get, like, when it now has been fully re-released and crazy. Yeah, 1080p Blu-ray remux for 58 gigs. And this is like a really crazy remux edition, but you must, yeah, if you really like the Shawshank Redemption. Remaster 1080p Blu-ray. I think that's what I'm looking for there. Yeah. Did they re-release The Lord of the Rings? Oops, should I keep doing the same thing? Because I have older versions from like 10 years ago. Did they Lord of the Rings. Let's look at Lord of the Rings for movies only. The War of the Rohirrim. What's that? The War of the Rohirrim. So let's sort by size and see. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings Extended UHD 2160p True HD Atmos for 600 gigs. I think I've got an older version. Man, yeah, and there's only 6 sources on that, but boy, it looks good. Lord of the Rings Return of the King. No, the Return of the King. These are like the film versions, the IMAX versions, basically. The Hobbit of the Lord of the Rings Extended. I want this. This is why I got into this, and this thing should run in the background until it's done. 600 gigs on my F drive, though, is sort of crazy, and even if it does take like a week, I don't really care. I want it. I might watch it too. It's probably really good on my television. If it's on G. Wow. So yeah, let's go back down to the 15th. No, we can go way further, like 18th. Yeah, let's kill all those. Delete. Yes, and then I am looking on my F drive for stuff that I've got in terms of movies. So my copy of Lord of the Rings is sort by size. The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. This version of it was 65 gigs. Oh, look, it is 2160p UHD. No, I already got this, but it was like shrunken down way better. This is the whole collection, right? Yeah, that's a good collection, yeah. All right, sweet. Never mind. I already have the 21p 60, and I've seen it. It is really good. I don't know why this one's way bigger. It's true HD Atmos 7.1, so it's had its sound like done for 7.1, so it's sound you can hear people like walking around you and stuff. Yeah. It's mental health stuff.
Yeah, and this is approximately a 7.5-hour trip to Davos.
Charles Starkweather, a teenage killer with James Dean looks.
He was a real tough, dangerous guy.
A rebel without a cause that spread terror in a community.
Anyone who had a gun got the gun out and loaded it.
National Guard wandering all over Lincoln expecting that he would show up someplace.
With his 14...
Oh yeah, oh yeah, the judge. The judge was really good. Let's get that. There you are.
Year-old girlfriend, Carol Fugate. He went on a murderous road trip through 1950s Middle America. But were these young killers the twisted products of their environment? Or were they born to kill?
Well, it was a small town then. There were still downtown cornfields behind houses, very sleepy, people waiting for something to happen, a little bit of a feeling that you were never going to get out of the town.
Lincoln in the mid-1950s was, it was basically a well-policed, pretty calm town without much major crime.
I like Lincoln.
People left their doors unlocked.
I got cousins and family in Lincoln. We used to go there a lot. It's a good town. I have a high opinion of it. It's a Nebraska town. It's got its issues, but it's, you know, it's still a good town.
Not like a lot of large cities even in those days.
No, it's not. It's not like a lot of large cities, though.
It was into this agricultural, God-fearing and law-abiding society that the red-haired, bow-legged Charles Starkweather was born in 1938, the third of 7 boys and 1 girl.
It isn't a politically correct term, but I'd call them poor white trash. They were certainly not the pillars of society. Mrs. Starkweather, his mother, was a very nice, hardworking woman that basically supported the family. Guy Starkweather worked off and on, but she was sort of the one that kept the family going, I think. And they had a bunch of kids. As far as I know, none of the other children ever got in any trouble.
Give me more legal thrillers. Oops. There was a January 20th update, huh? Can you compile a list of Academy Award-winning legal or lawyer films? Kramer versus Kramer. Okay. I don't think I have that one. We'll get that one. I've seen it, but I don't remember it. A Man for All Seasons. These are older, but they're good. They're good legal thrillers and stuff. 21p60. It's 60 gigs. It's a little bit steep for... You can get a really good copy of this, huh? It doesn't say... Oh, it's 1080p, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you can give me... No, I want the 2160, but that's 60 fucking gigs. It's not worth that. What do? You shrink these when you're not watching them, I guess? These crazy UHD Blu-rays? It's not worth 26 gigs. I'll have to get the best... Yeah, I'll just do the Blu-ray of it. That's fine. Ooh, lots of legal thrillers to watch and stuff. It's a good time to be alive. I can watch anything I want. I can play anything I want. I can do whatever I want. Like, despite the freedom, and people tell me what to do all the time with drugs and stuff like that, I still feel like I have the most freedom anybody's ever had in history, pretty much. I feel like I have the most most freedom in history. 130 caps for some reason. Oh, right, because I'm overlogged. Let's walk to Berkeley Springs Station.
Working class is probably the best way to put it.
But yeah, I was paying attention to this though. So Kramer versus Kramer, A Man for All Seasons. We'll check out that one. 1080p, Man for All Seasons. Go. Then, iconic acting wins. To Kill a Mockingbird. Philadelphia. Philadelphia was a really good film, yeah. So 20p and remaster at 1080p for 2. I'll take Philadelphia. That's a really good Tom Hanks film. Aaron Brockovich I have. My Cousin Vinny, Michael Clayton, I have that. The Accused. Okay, The Accused. That's probably really good with Jodie Foster. We'll get that one. I didn't get that one, right? No, the Jodie Foster film, I bet that's really good. Yep, search. The Accused from movies. It's funny how much porn pops up now. The Karen Reed story. Accused, the Karen Reed story. Is that what that's called? I don't know, from 1988. The Accused, aka Acusada. 1988, 720p Blu-ray. No, this is a Spanish 21p60. We'll take the 720 of The Accused, yeah, because it wasn't ever made on Blu-ray. It wasn't very popular, I don't think, but it's probably really good. So we'll get it. Maybe tonight I'll watch The Pelican Brief. That's a great little film. 12 Angry Men, I have. The Verdict. Then they lost out to Gandhi. A Few Good Men. Anatomy of a Murderer. Kramer vs. Kramer. Which are the better movies? Oscar-winning classics. Okay, I now have every film you mentioned here. What else? Can you give me anything else? Inherit the Wind. Yeah, sure. Inherit the Wind. I'll take it. Inherit the Wind, 1080p. Spencer Tracy, I've not seen this. Seen a lot of Spencer Tracy, though. Inherit the Wind and all that. Yeah. I want to see settings. Are you, like, do you have a limit on how fast you go? You do. No, I don't really care. I think my thing will balance it really well. I don't think it affects my GeForce Now anyways. Okay, on my way up to the station.
Charlie Starkweather would remember his early years as idyllic, playing cowboys with his brothers, fishing with his father, and helping Mum in the kitchen.
The family was poor, but they were not deprived. And he ate, he had clothes.
There was nothing to indicate that his childhood was anything out of the ordinary until he went to school.
There was a huge change in him when he had his first day at school. He was teased terribly. He was bow-legged, and he was considered to be a slow learner, a dummy. And so school was horrendously traumatic in the context of such a big change for him.
So he started killing people.
Whereas he was kind of a meek kid, not a violent kid when he was quite little, he began to evolve into a bully who would beat up on the kids, even if they were bigger than he, to try to cut them down to size if they were messing with him.
Dennis Carnop, now a lawyer, was the son of Lincoln's sheriff. He remembers the young Starkweather well.
He lived right across the street from me. They lived in a building just across the street from the county jail where we lived. The family was pretty rugged, pretty rugged. Charlie Starkweather was a PE assistant. He was a real tough, dangerous guy. I mean, he just looked dangerous, and you knew he was, and you just kind of were in constant fear of, what am I going to do? Something here, say something, do something where he's going to land on me as soon as the class is over. And when I say that, I'm not saying I was singled out for that. I think that's pretty much, what everybody felt about it. You were always glad when that was over and you could get out of there. Many
young people adopt a persona of being bad as a way of establishing some kind of role for themselves in their family, in the community more widely. Starkweather took that to a very different level.
He also showed a characteristic of so many serial murderers in being able to mimic someone that he thought he should be, and that was James Dean.
It was the time when there was the big, for the kids, which is what I remember, there was a big influence of James Dean and Rebel Without a Cause. I think there was a lot of anger, suppressed anger in the kids. It was just that feeling that there was nowhere to go. And what were you going to do? And how would you get out?
On leaving school, Starkweather got a job as a garbage man. It was then he met 13-year-old Carol Ann Fugate. Bob Hall attended Fugate's school.
Well, everybody knew who she was. She was a grade ahead of me. She was a very, very typical junior high girl. She liked boys. I don't think she liked school a lot. I do know that she had said to the art teacher, Miss Ralston, that when she'd been disciplined one day, "You old bat, someday I'm going to kill you." But then I think that wasn't that uncommon. It wasn't, you know, kids were blowing up at teachers. There was just a lot of this underlying tension right around them so it could have been anybody else having said that. It wasn't particular to Carol.
To the disappointment of Fugate's family, Carol and Charlie became inseparable.
She's the first girl that ever paid much attention to him, in a serious way anyway, because she was, I guess, 13 when they met. He was 18 when they met.
What?
And like a lot of young girls, I guess even today, she was impressed that an older guy was paying attention to her, and he was just tickled to death that this attractive young girl was paying attention to him.
She was supposedly taken by his bad boy persona. How many women do we know who like the bad boy, who like, you know, being kind of around somebody who's living on the edge? Because it's exciting to them. I mean, if you're living in the flatlands of nothing around you and somebody comes to you and says, "Let me show you the world," in a way that you couldn't even dream of course, if you don't have your own solid identity, you're going to say, why not?
But the few thrills that 1950s Lincoln provided were not enough for Starkweather.
He had ambitions. His family was very poor, but when he took his job as a trash collector, and it was exposed to neighborhoods outside of where he had grown, the middle class and upper middle class must have seen as if they were millionaires. He knew he could never attain that. So what do? You become an outlaw.
In late November 1957, Starkweather visited the Crest service station near Fugate's home, hoping to buy her a Christmas gift. The young attendant, Robert Colvert, was new.
Charlie wanted to buy a little toy, you know, for Carol, but he had no money. And he said, well, maybe you can let me buy it on time, but the fellow wouldn't let him do that. And so Charlie just grew furious.
In the early hours of December the 1st, 1957, Starkweather began casing the gas station. After visiting the store twice on the pretext of buying cigarettes and gum, he pulled up on the highway, covered his face with a bandana, and held up the lone attendant with a shotgun. It was Robert Colvert, 21 years old, with a young pregnant wife at home.
He wanted to get all the proceeds, you know, that there were in it's like the safe or whatever, but they couldn't open the safe, so he just had to content himself with the $100 that there were in the open till.
Starkweather forced Colvert into the driver's seat of his car.
My desire to play WoW is like
took the service station attendant, Bob.
Like I'm maybe my sub's over too because I don't think I resubbed. Yeah, that I'm not. I believe it is. I will play some Enshrouded. Yeah.
We culvered out on this rural road. Shot him in the head with a shotgun, killed him.
Just blew him away.
Many people commit a murder as a one-off, as a byproduct of being angry or seeking revenge, or because of the force of particular circumstances at a particular point in their life. But crucially, the vast majority of murderers stop after committing the first murder. But for that small number of people, of whom Charles Starkweather was one, rather than being overwhelmed by the experience, they found it exciting, they found it sexy, they found that it gave them a power and control over another person, a power and control that they felt had been denied to them in other aspects of their lives.
Charles Starkweather had taken his first life. It was not to be his last. December 1957. Charles Starkweather had robbed the Crest service station in Lincoln, Nebraska, then taken the attendant Robert Colvert to a deserted road and executed him.
He shot him in the head with a shotgun, killed him.
Just blew him away.
Starkweather disposed of the murder weapon in the river and altered the appearance of his car to avoid detection, while police searched vainly for the mystery killer. Reporter Del Harding was following the case closely.
Charlie was never suspected or interviewed. There were a bunch of people that were given lie detector tests, a bunch of others that were interviewed, but for some reason he slipped under the radar. And I don't know why, but he did.
For almost 2 months, Starkweather stayed out of trouble, enjoying his $100 haul with his now 14-year-old girlfriend, Carol Fugate. But then, he struck again. And this time it would make the gas station robbery look like child's play.
I was a sophomore in high school when my mother picked me up after basketball practice and said there had been 3 murders, and they were pretty sure it was Charlie Starkweather.
On January the 21st, 1958, Starkweather had entered Carol Fugate's home, where she lived with...
Okay. Yes. All right, see you in a sec. Okay, I've got to go do something for 5 minutes here. I got to step away, guys. I'm terribly sorry. Pepsi. Okay. All set to go back to work. Sorry about that, guys. Had a real life distraction there, but good until 7 o'clock here. Play some more Enshrouded. At least my headphones charged. It's not the worst thing. Hopefully I'll reach it to 7. Okay.
Her mother, Velda Bartlett, her
So this was the
stepfather,
real life
Marion
Natural Born
Bartlett,
Killers.
and her 2-year-old half-sister, Betty Jean. After an argument broke out, Starkweather shot Marion Bartlett in the head.
What?
After he killed Mr. Bartlett, then Mrs. Bartlett was screaming, and the baby sister was screaming, and, that's when he killed them.
Fugate's mother, Velda, was shot in the face. Her half-sister, Betty Jean, had a knife thrown into her throat and was beaten with the butt of a rifle. Her stepfather, Marion, was shot in the head and stabbed repeatedly in the throat.
I think he got in an argument over Carol with Mr. Bartlett, and I think it just escalated from there. But I don't think he went there with a premeditated idea of I'm going to wipe him out.
I think I'm going to keep the damage normal.
Was wrapped in bedding, carried to the outhouse, and stuffed down the toilet opening. 2-year-old Betty Jean's body was put in a cardboard box and placed on the toilet seat. And Marion Bartlett was dumped in the chicken coop.
Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett and Betty Jean, that little 2.5-year-old half-sister, were killed on January 21st, 1958. Carol and Charlie stayed in the house until January 27th.
For 6 days, Starkweather and Fugate lived in the house as man and wife, while the bodies of Fugate's family lay just yards away.
The bodies were meaningless to them. The bodies were as meaningless as the chair or the sofa or the table or the lamp. They had no emotional meaning. So living with the bodies to us is a horrific thought. But to the serial killer, it's just another piece of thing.
Carol later claimed she wasn't at the house when the murders had occurred, and that Starkweather had told her that her family were held hostage elsewhere. However, Starkweather claimed Carol had played an active role, particularly in the beating of her half-sister.
With a number of serial killers, we see the killer operating within what's known as, by psychologists, as a folie à deux, literally a madness shared by two. What it does, and most immediately, is it creates a loyalty between the two protagonists, whereby they normalize their behavior to each other. Their worldview becomes one which is permissible and acceptable, and everybody else's worldview becomes something that should be destroyed.
They went crazy.
During their week in the Bartlett house,
They're
visitors
like
were turned away by Carol with the excuse that the family were all ill. So was she Starkweather's captive or accomplice?
I find it very difficult to believe that Carol wasn't aware of what happened and his associate in crime. I don't think she was held hostage.
If she had been held prisoner, there had to be a way, if she had a grain of brain, that she could have gotten away. I mean, this is her town. She knew these people. She knew how to get out. Was it Carol who precipitated the murders? That's something that I don't think people have considered, that she may have been the moving force behind the murder of her family, because she was, in a way, estranged from them because of him.
After 6 days of being turned away, friends and relatives had grown increasingly suspicious.
One of the relatives, maybe her grandmother, came to the house and was refused admittance and indicated that she was going to get the police because she wanted to get in that house. And I think they figured out, oops, the police may be coming this time and causing some problems, and maybe we better get out of here.
Starkweather and Fugate packed clothes, got in his car, and left town.
The bodies were discovered on a Monday evening, and the Bartlett murders made the 10 o'clock TV news that night.
3 murders was a pretty big deal in Lincoln, Nebraska at the time. Her mother and her 3-year-old half-sister, I mean, that's pretty shocking.
The people of Lincoln were stunned, but no one thought the triple murder was anything more than a one-off.
All serial killers are on a journey of discovery, and that journey is not just a journey in space and time, but also a journey to discover the kinds of person that they want to be.
On the 27th of January 1958, Starkweather and Fugate arrived at the farm of 70-year-old bachelor August Meyer, a place Starkweather knew well.
He and his dad had hunted with Mr. Meyer for several years, you know, been friendly and everything.
Approaching the property, Starkweather's car got stuck in the muddy lane. Cold and angry, he and Carol continued to the farmhouse on foot.
His story was that Mr. Meyer showed up the door with a gun, which I frankly doubt. Charlie shot him with a shotgun. And this, you know, was a family friend. He just killed him.
Meyer was shot in the back of the head at almost point-blank range.
Dragged the body out to a shed behind the house, and then he and Carol went in the house.
Starkweather searched the farmhouse for money, clothes and weapons, and ate cookies and jello, while August Meyer's dead body lay in the nearby wash house.
He's probably hungry because he was starving.
Once they've created this parallel world in which they've socialized each other to simply think of the kinds of behavior that they're engaging in as being normal, once they inhabit that world, it's much more easy for them to continue to behave according to the norms of that world, in which that world has to revolve around Charles Starkweather and Carol Fugate. And so it's much more easy for them, after they've murdered once, twice, 3 times, to continue to murder until they're stopped.
As darkness fell, Starkweather and Fugate began to get restless.
That night, they decided to leave, and Charlie's car was stuck in the mud in the lane leading up to the farmhouse. And so they took off on foot, and that's when they were walking down the nearby county road, and the teenagers from Bennett, Bobby Jensen, who was 17, and Carol King, his girlfriend, who was 16, being good Samaritans, stopped and offered them a ride.
What was to happen next would shake the community to its core.
Stole the car.
Nebraska, January 1958. Teenage killer Charles Starkweather's body count stands at 5. A gas station attendant. The mother, stepfather and half-sister of his 14-year-old girlfriend, Carol Fugate. And now, 70-year-old farmer, August Meyer. After dumping Meyer's body in his wash house, Starkweather and Fugate began to leave the area on foot. They were then offered a ride by young fiancés Robert Jensen and Carol King. At gunpoint, the popular local teenagers were forced to an abandoned storm cellar where a schoolhouse had once stood.
They were really, truly all-American kids. I mean, everybody loved them. They were both just really good, nice kids.
The next day, August Meyer's body was found at his farm. Reporter Del Harding was at that crime scene when Robert Jensen and Carol King's fate was discovered.
We were over at the Meyer farm and we all rushed over to the storm cellar, and they opened the door to the storm cellar, and I was looking down and seeing those kids in that storm cellar, and it was just a very horrible scene. I can close my eyes and still see it today. I mean, it was bad enough seeing August Meyer, you know, in the shed. He'd been shot with a shotgun, blood all over him. But somehow it just seemed much worse seeing those teenagers.
They were like 16 years old. There was stabbing, there was mutilation, there was sexual assault. It's pretty gruesome stuff. Pretty gruesome stuff.
Starkweather later denied the stabbing of Carol King. Newspaperman Del Harding was among many who believed him.
The sexual mutilation, I'm personally convinced, was done by Carol Fugate.
Wow.
It's not unusual in a partnership serial killing. The man is the one who starts the first homicide, but he has a tremendous power over his female partner. She is not an unwilling partner. She's not what we call the Stockholm Syndrome, where you're captured and you have to take on the identity of your captor in order to survive. That's not it at all. But they develop some type of an unusual bond where she will essentially do whatever he tells her to do and will participate in the actual crimes.
Using Jensen's car, Starkweather and Fugate set off west with a plan to escape to Washington State, where Starkweather had a brother. But after 3 hours on the road, they changed their minds, turned around, and headed back to Lincoln.
Wow.
What would happen next would send shockwaves through the city, the state, and ultimately the whole country.
I was in, I can't remember which class, but I was in school. And what we heard was a strange announcement that we were all to go home. When we left the school, it was rather amazing. Again, you got to remember the kind of sleepy town, and here's a sea of cars outside the playground, of a traffic jam of cars waiting to pick up their kids. We had no idea what had happened. The school announcement, made no reference to what was going on. I think more of us thought that something had happened with the Russians. I think we were all afraid that there'd been an invasion or World War III had started. And in a way, for Lincoln, maybe it had.
Around 8:30 a.m. on the 28th of January 1958, Starkweather and Fugate had entered a mansion in the wealthy country club district of Lincoln. They held the occupants Clara Ward and her deaf maid Lillian Fenkel captive at gunpoint. At around 6 p.m, Clara Ward's husband, the 47-year-old industrialist C. Lower Ward, returned home from work. The next morning, when he failed to turn up at the office, suspicions were raised. Lower Ward's body was discovered just inside the front door. He had been shot in the back and through the temple. Clara Ward was on the bedroom floor, dead from multiple stab wounds to neck, chest and back. Lillian Fenkel was dead, tied to a bed. She'd been stabbed repeatedly in the chest and stomach and had severe cuts to her hands, arms and legs.
The murders were horrendously brutal. As with most serial murders, it's not just one thing. It can be cutting, it can be stabbing. It is not just a one-on-one, okay, I'm shooting you, you're dead. There's a tremendous amount of brutality.
After the murder of Fugate's family, everyone in Lincoln had assumed the killers had left town for good. As reports of the new deaths spread, so did the terror.
There was real panic in the streets. People were running to school to get their kids out of school. Men were patrolling the streets with shotguns. I mean, they thought, oh my God, they're back in Lincoln. Nobody really knew where they were, and I think the mayor was quoted as something to the effect that we're really got a sick situation. We don't know how many more bodies we might find around town.
Anyone who had a gun got the gun out and loaded it and was prepared for anything unusual. And if you had an extra gun, you gave it to a neighbor who didn't have one.
Saw people wandering around armed, National Guard, wandering all over Lincoln, expecting that he would show up someplace.
The Wards were prominent business people, lived in the nicest area in town, lovely house, had a maid, etc. So it's almost random. Nobody felt safe anywhere. Nowhere was safe.
So often the victims of serial killers are those people who are on the margins of our society. We're talking about people who are excluded because of their sexuality, because of the fact that they're selling sexual services, or because they're, for example, homeless. In terms of Starkweather and Fugate's victims, often we are talking about significantly wealthier victims, and that's very unusual in the phenomenon of serial murder.
With panic on the streets, law enforcement mounted a massive manhunt for the teenage killers.
People were scared, and I remember my dad and his deputies were, you know, they were just going, they were hunting all over. They had roadblocks. They put out a call for they had a mounted sheriff's posse because they were trying to man all the roads in and out of town.
But Starkweather and Fugate were already gone. They'd stolen the Ward family's black Packard and were once again heading west, aiming to hide out in Washington state. And their reign of terror was far from over. Late January 1957, 10 men, women and children had been killed in and around Lincoln, Nebraska. 19-year-old James Dean wannabe Charles Starkweather and his 14-year-old girlfriend Carol Fugate had eluded capture and were heading west in search of freedom.
It was all part of a plan, you know, to live happily ever after. as arch criminals who were able to escape justice. It seems so absurd to us to imagine a 19-year-old and a 14-year-old living happily ever after what they did. But the adolescent mind is a brain that is not fully myelinated in the frontal lobes. So you're not dealing with people that you should measure on the same scale you would measure an adult. These are children, adolescents, with very poor ability to think ahead.
He was somebody who was caught up in the celebrity of cowboys and Indians, of James Dean, of the rebellious teenager, the rebellious outsider who was going to fight the world as he saw it. He also found himself Bonnie to his Clyde.
He found an identity that he moved into. Wasn't a true identity, but he acted out as if he were in a movie.
The next day, the teenagers crossed the state line into Wyoming, land of the old-style cowboys that Starkweather had loved so much as a child. But passing through the small town of Douglas, they began to feel conspicuous. The Ward family's large Packard was eye-catching, and its Nebraska plates were a giveaway.
Steal some plates.
Starkweather decided they needed another car.
Or steal plates. Plates were...
He decided to switch cars and saw a car on the side of the road near Douglas, Wyoming. There was a salesman sleeping in the car who he shot.
37-year-old traveling salesman Merle Collison was shot 9 times as he sat in his car.
And then he can't get the emergency brake off. And someone comes up to him and said, do you need some help? And he points a gun at him and says, if you don't release this emergency brake, I'm going to kill you.
But the Good Samaritan, 29-year-old geologist Joe Sprinkle, fought back.
He was a big husky guy who wrestled with Starkweather and got the gun away from him, or he would have been another victim also.
As Starkweather was disarmed, a Wyoming deputy arrived on the scene.
Carol allegedly ran back and said to the deputy, save me, I've been held hostage by Charles Starkweather.
Meanwhile, Starkweather took off in the Ward family's Packard and was pursued at speed through the Wyoming countryside, while officers fired on him from their moving vehicle.
It was like the Old West. They were shooting at him from behind, and one of the bullets went through the back of the car and pierced his ear. At that time, Starkweather came to an immediate halt, and at that time, law enforcement arrested him without him causing any kind of a fuss.
Shot him in the ear and he just gave up.
A total of 11 people had died, 10 of them in the space of 8 days. Now Starkweather was finally in custody.
Why did you do this, white boy?
Despite Carol's claims of being an unwilling hostage, they were both charged with first-degree murder. The townsfolk and teenagers of Lincoln flocked to get a glimpse of the now notorious young couple. Sheriff's son, Dennis Carnop, had a bird's-eye view of the commotion his former schoolmate had caused.
I remember that the trial, of course, was held in the courthouse, which was, 50 feet from the jail where we lived, and that the crowds were tremendous crowds, and that feelings were running very high about this. And I remember they had posted armed guards on the top of the jail and other key places, and I know that was primarily for a show of force so that the crowd would stay.
These guys were
Despite
the
a
new
death toll of
America.
11,
They were like the birth of
Starkweather
New America.
insisted he'd killed in self-defense.
Bullshit.
For me, there are
It
two
was
things going on there. Firstly, it's what criminologists would call a technique of neutralization. In other words, he's finding some way of justifying or minimizing the gravity of his behavior. But it also goes back, I think, to that sense of the fantasy life that Starkweather inhabited, whereby it's almost as if it's a perverse moral code. It's something that he's seen at the cowboy films, something he's read in a comic book. It's a way of justifying his behavior. It's a way, frankly, of justifying the unjustifiable.
Yeah, I got Shane here.
Starkweather's guilt was not in doubt, but after initially claiming Fugate was wholly innocent, he almost immediately backtracked.
His initial story, they had, I'm sure, cooked up was that, gee, she didn't have any part in it. And that didn't last long, and he started saying, okay, you know, here's the real story. And then he gave statements implicating her, took lie detector tests, which, of course, were not admissible in court.